Miaori, hello, konnichiwa, ni hao, a Kroha? Was that one of them? Sure, Krola, that's what it was. Hello. Oh, were you trying to delete yourself again? Ni crawl? Close enough. Hello, I, in fact, did not get my tea done in time. I thought I'd be able to get it done in time before the ads ended, and I was wrong. But I have tea now. So, all is well. Hopefully my straw doesn't melt. Okay. Did I miss anything? I don't think I did. Okay, cool. Hello! I made some milk tea. It's been a while since I had milk tea. Oh, wow. 1 year 50-50. Nice. Man, I just woke up from a nap too, so we'll see if I have enough brain cells to actually do this correctly. Hey, congrats. Hope you enjoy your holiday break. Maybe you'll get snow, unless you don't like snow, in which case, I hope you don't get snow. But most people like snow, I think. Usually a safe bet. All those who are free of academics for this brief period of time, congratulations on surviving. Speaking of, we're surviving, kinda. A little bit. Last time we connected Eggs Benedict to the case. Oh, it doesn't snow. Oh, well, I guess it's safe to say that, I hope you don't get snow. You won't get snow. Woo. Unless something were to happen. Some of us have the brain cells. Man, you gotta tell me who, because, like, we never know who has the brain cells. I think they've gone missing. Does this count as theft? I never had it in the first place, so I guess it doesn't. Oh, thank you for the bits. Sus? I'm not sus. No. Nah. I've never been sus. Not a single time in my life. Don't know what you're talking about. Gina, how are you holding up? It's been a couple days. I might have forgotten a couple of things from the case, but it's fine. That's what the recess is for. Oh. Yeah, I'm starting to feel quite warmly toward her frequent cold shoulders now. 'Cause she's a little tsundere.
Jenny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything?
Oh, she's blushing! What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me?
What?
Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture?
Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure.
It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that is gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night.
Huh?
Reno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you.
Alright then. It was after we've had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. Piece that together real quick. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down to the street to the 2-1 to Winterbank's place. I had to know if Iris's story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. It's something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least. That's what I thought at the time. So, you broke into Winterbank's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Gah! I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what. You're awful calm for having a gun being waved around. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantelscript. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound of the... something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here. That's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? That's what they all say. I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? Remarkably calm, all things considered. So then, the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there all right, the mantelscript. Sholmes went lying after all.
You did all that just to check for me, Ginny.
Anyway, oh, it didn't answer the question. Then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I oh no, I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. Someone has to be a responsible adult for once. And for the last time. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I am back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. Started to think I should help, see? So, I was just about to go out the storeroom. So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... Yeah, I wouldn't go out either if I heard 2 gunshots. I had a couple of shots go off too, I think, almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at me feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you. Yeah. So, I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. Oh, she passed out from the shock. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they?
All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be all right, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill.
That cove what was there in the afternoon? That Edgar Benedict. Which is not this guy's name. I still remember how he looked at me. Like I was nothing. Ew, that was a creepy pan. He was there that night. Oh, so you saw them. We don't know his real name yet. I don't know, maybe it's Skulky Skulker. Or whatever the heck. I mean, Eggs Benedict was already, like, wow. I actually just called it, okay. But yeah, that was already mentioned. Maybe we could have a muffin, you know? Maybe it's breakfast time. It's breakfast time somewhere. Eggs Benedicts use English muffins? I guess they do now. But I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what?
You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Ginny.
She's so cute. Oh, Mr. Not a Otto. Not a Otto. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Miss McGriddled. We told you a whole pack of lies. You cut the bog trotter off with them, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. Past midnight at London, so it's technically breakfast time? I guess in a manner of speaking, but like... But the pain of... Well, I mean, I woke up from a nap, so does that count as breakfast time? But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? Well, that doesn't sound like the thing a liar would say. You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And, strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe me, believe it wasn't me who'd done it.
Oh, Bruno.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Kazuma! Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy, I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking. Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So, you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar. You're not like Miguel did. I know that. Huh?
That's right. You're our friend, Ginny.
Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes.
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly.
Mr. Naraado, I... Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Why? Why would you interrupt at this moment? Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. She started crying. Give her like a second. Yes, of course. Thank you. And they were classmates. And they were... Stop playing his theme! Stop it! No! I'd been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. So, I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Sasato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. No! I'm in pain. Why is this still hurting me? I didn't order my tea with emotional damage. And so, with my heart in tatters, hi! And yeah, I did get the Christmas gifts. Thank you so much. You really, really didn't have to, but thank you. Did I order my tea with onions? Apparently! It's fine. It's fine.
I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness?
The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. I almost said milord. It's raining pretty heavily. You know what? It is raining today. I'm just streaming outside. Actually, it also snowed a little bit too. It did not stick. It's still too warm for it. You know, also what's it called? It was very cute. It had a little giggle. Also a tackity. Emotional damage, tea and coffee. Oh man. Sleet? Maybe, I think it was actually like snow, like for a brief bit there. Hey, who left a bowl of chopped onions over here? However, the heavy rain is— oh, speaking of rain, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem.
I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector.
Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. Did his carriage catch on fire too? It's okay, it's raining. Theoretically, it should be fine, maybe.
And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
Psh, points gone at Judge.
My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Eggert Benedict. Oh, thank goodness we're gonna learn his actual name. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. Certainly not like this.
Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir.
Man, you go to work like that? With the hat and everything? Alright. I guess I'm not in any room to judge.
But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige.
He just has sauce in both hands. I've caught you red-handed! No, that's just ketchup.
Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the court record.
Oh. Graydon? Ashley Graydon, communications officer. What's the pun here? Ashley Graydon? Ash Gray? Is he an arsonist? Did he burn down the thing earlier? Wait. If that's the pun, that's actually hilarious.
Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communication Station.
Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume?
Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question.
That is the accusation, indeed.
This really is beyond a joke, you know.
Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Oh god, I hate this guy! Gladly, my lord, gladly. Why must he undulate? The accusation.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation.
You say you don't want to admit to it? That's a way to word that.
Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrew tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
Is he gonna do the fandango?
So, you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy.
It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Yeah, sure, keep calling them dumb. I'm sure that'll definitely get them on your side.
Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today.
Don't call your coworker that! Also, again, you're really not bringing them to your side.
By golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here?
If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least.
Well, you know what I'm having? Afternoon tea. Screw you.
My tea. You don't get any.
Jury only cares about casting fireball. You're right. Cast fireball at him.
Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? Why did you give us a fake name? Oh, you can't play this.
My apologies. You are...
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met.
If you say so. I do. I am.
Thank you for noticing.
Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So...
You realize you can't... Thanks? Why did he give us his hat? Well, it's my hat now. By the law of you threw it at me, so it belongs to me.
I trust we can conclude this quickly.
No, but why did you throw it at me? But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Okay, I guess he thought his hat would get in the way of his words? What a weird guy. Okay, time to press everything. I'm hoping that the guys next to him are gonna react, actually, because, I mean, they saw him and they're pretty awful at lying. Put it on established dominance. I would do that. I don't think he would. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you...
The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night.
But it's linked! Come on!
No, this one's reasonable. It's a reasonable objection, but I still want to fight it.
He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions.
You can't be serious.
Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question.
So, he's going to be evasive, is he? He probably does tax evasion, in an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. You do realize the inspector saw you there, right?
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before?
This pair?
No, that's only one of them.
No, I don't associate with criminals.
Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. We're not gonna let that one go.
I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me?
The young lawyer there in the black.
This is a farce! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a...
Oh, it's back. Okay. Sorry, the racism was gone for so long that I thought, maybe it'll be gone. It isn't.
An outsider to work in a British court anyway.
Oh my god.
Well, needless to say...
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir?
And that is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly... I was not in the company of these rapscallions.
You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point.
What do you mean?
The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion.
Oh, just like how you're supposed to be proving all of the things that you accuse my clients of, except that never happens? You just say things and just go off of hearsay and witness testimony and not have any definitive evidence? Anyway.
You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness.
Stop moving. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such.
But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants.
But they don't even have injuries. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes's chemical is able to differentiate different...
Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway?
You mean the very renowned and famous Detective Sholmes?
What?
Okay. Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective.
So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective.
I mean, he says great a lot.
A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Oh? What have you to say to this, Mr. Pear? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Pair Skulkin?
What, me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you?
Yes, I know, you're not big bruv sulky. I wasn't even looking at you. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Huh? Cool, blimey, governor, you did what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Hello? Would you care to share that thought with the court? I almost said share with the class. I see that way too often in that context.
Thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. Did you bring enough evidence to share with the class? No. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking... If he waves his arms around like that any much more, it'll open the wound up again. It'll open up the wound again, that's all.
Holy... What wound?
Where he took the bullet, of course, it was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet.
We're allowed to check the guy now, right? For a bullet wound?
So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and...
Yeah?
Oh, hell's bells.
There it is. I think this is gonna be on the test. In that, it's a test of Egg Benedict's patience. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? Oh, what are you clutching right now? Could it possibly be a wound in your shoulder? Oh, that's so weird. What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord.
Yes, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You understand that sounds suspicious, right? You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. You do understand that makes you look incredibly suspicious, right? As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. Then take off your jacket and let us just see your arm real quick. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. Inspector, you were there. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved.
You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery.
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
Oh, you don't need to continue. Why would you say that? Genuinely, why would you say this? The inspector was literally there. Wait, wasn't there like a picture? There was a picture. It was on one of these. Hold on. Which one? Not this. These were the cats. Wasn't there? I remember there being a picture at some point or other. We were using it as like an example. Oh, did we not keep that? Oh, I don't think we kept it.
Oh? You know, like...
Let's see. Oh, I do get all of my penalties back. That's really nice. I'm gonna lose all of them again. Let's not use that. Not that. Not you. Not the gun. Huh. I'm surprised we didn't keep that from earlier. I guess it wouldn't be admissible as evidence, but... Was there something written on here? Yeah, this is just the cat again. Oh, but it doesn't say who did the depositing. Shoot, we used to have a picture! Nope, that's the representation thing. I'm sad now. We don't have the picture anymore. I mean, why would it be in here? It wouldn't be in here. No, it would not be in here. Not be that, not that. These were the 1am ones, so it obviously wouldn't be those. Dang it. Nothing to do with the pawnbrokery. I mean... I can't even present this, unfortunately. Never had anything to do with it? I feel like I'm missing something obvious. It's also been 2 days. It can't be the blood because we established that we can't use the blood. Right? I'm gonna double press just to see if it jogs my memory or something. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you... Okay, cool, that was the right call, because he was there! The inspector was literally there, and I don't have the picture of him anymore. I'm glad that I did that. Do you have something to add, Inspector?
Eh? Come again, sunshine.
You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? Please don't make this difficult.
Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall.
And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well now.
Don't make this difficult, Inspector.
I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
What? But you must!
I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something I don't.
What's going on here?
Grexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Winterbanks.
Yes, of course. Oh! Clearly... Okay. Well, there's the picture that I was thinking of.
Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. No one else would walk around with such a strange top hat.
Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question.
At no point have I denied that fact.
But you did.
I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more.
This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But
why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it?
What do you think, Bruno?
I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away.
The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better.
Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers.
Yes, and they were the key to it after all.
So, he says he had nothing to do with Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true.
Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record.
Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Oh no. Oh? Did I not go through this statement earlier? Oh, I did not go through the statement earlier. Hold on. Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Herlock Sholmes is the most famous detective in the world.
And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
Yeah, no, you got me there. He has lied to us and trolled us quite a bit. Oh no, I can't think how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Ugh.
Quite. Now, as you are no doubt aware, the Central Communications Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already.
That, sure, had nothing to do with what I was saying. Okay, I need to look through my stuff. Maybe there is something that I am missing. Cause I know he was here for this, I just don't know if this is going to... Huh. Cause Inspector Siegel's not helping us. And I'm pretty sure it's because it has to do with McGriddled. I'm genuinely gonna remember this man's name as McGriddled from now on. I don't know, have I looked at all the things on here?
For McGilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Bruno?
Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended.
I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc.
That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Dang it. Alright, I'm gonna have to go through everything.
So, this is blood, probably from somebody's fingertip.
Well deduced, but not just somebody's fingertip. Mr. Benedict's fingertip.
The man dressed all in white.
Yes, it happened that afternoon in Windibanks. Gina tried to snatch this disc out of the man's hands, and the sharp little bumps cut his thumb.
So the lesson is, if someone tries to grab a music box disc from you, let go quickly.
The lesson is don't snatch things, surely. I don't know, does he have a wound on his finger? But I don't know if that's conclusive enough for things. This has nothing to do with him. I would think the portfolio, but we've established that, we need evidence other than the portfolio. Because it's not technically admissible evidence. Technically, anyway. And these tickets don't actually have identifying information on them. Because, we know he was here for this, but I don't think there's actually... Mr. Windibank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had to hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. Does this one say something different? Mr. Winterbank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very... Okay, it's the same. I think that, like... Well, anyway, if I'm wrong about this, I am gonna be a little bit miffed, but, like, the way that they were talking, bloodstain analysis, the chemical analysis is just out of the picture right now, just because it's not admissible. It's too new of a science, unfortunately. So we just need to prove that he was there that afternoon, not necessarily that he was there that night yet. I'm gonna try this because my thought process is maybe he has a cut on his hand. It wouldn't have healed up immediately, right? Well, it's fine. I have 5 penalties. I'll start saving once I hit 1. It really was that? Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon?
Why? Is it supposed to mean something?
This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon?
As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life.
It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Oh, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Surely that can't be a breach of privacy, because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc.
Well. It would seem I underestimated you.
What is the meaning of this? You can't just brazenly commit perjury, dude. So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Horror! Horror! Well, Mr. Graydon.
It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it, no, quite the reverse.
What are you trying to say?
Stop. It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn?
What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. He literally said under oath that he had never seen this disc before, and now he's saying he owns it. Is that allowed?
As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder.
No, not at all.
There's a note on the disc saying, "Form it gilded, but the item belongs to me."
It literally has someone else's name on it. My guy.
The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused. That filthy gutterling on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
That does not give you an that's not an excuse. That is okay. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGill, did you say? The famous London philanthropist who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder.
Yes, my lord, the one and the same.
Good lord, Mr. Creighton! Are you saying that Mr. McGilden and yourself were acquainted? If you say no, okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Order! Well...
Oh. They were classmates, and they were classmates! But it seems that... yeah, no, I have no witticism for this. I think I just need to go and take a stretch break. Ugh. I shall return. I will be right back. Take that stretch break, get some water, hydrate, all that good stuff. See you in like 3 minutes. Oh, I see that I am a cat again. I mean, is the magic 8-ball as sus as Eggert Benedict? Back to our scheduled program of perjury in the court. I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. Cat pad? Oh, mouse pad. I get it. Took me a second. Now, Trix, why would I not have good posture and be drinking, liquid? Gildan himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks.
It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it?
In all likelihood, he's lying. Again. He's committing perjury, something that he could be arrested for, but is still doing anyways. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. I think that saying ask again later is such an ace attorney witness thing to say. Okay, Eggert. You can't just say for McGilded and then somehow it belongs to you.
Hold it!
How? In what world? Would you care to explain how this belongs to you?
As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary.
You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. Oh man, the judge is out here judging fashion as well.
So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question.
You claim that was your overcoat. Are you sure you want to claim that was your overcoat? We found blood on it. Are you sure? We could pin you for a different crime if you really wanted to.
Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket.
Also, the coat didn't fit him. Yeah, but they're probably not going to believe us because the inspector suddenly has selective memory about this entire situation. And yet, there is a note on it that reads, for McGilded.
I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area.
So, the disc in question?
It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it.
But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn.
Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she?
No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. This guy has already committed one obvious step of perjury. Apparently perjury is fine.
Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it?
Let's leave it alone for the time being. Okay. So, you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag?
That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection!
Stop being a dick. Sorry. This guy's so mean. Or so freaking, okay. Miss Lestrade did no such thing.
Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender.
You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. No nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord.
Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Had you ever been to Winterbanks before?
Only once, for the purposes of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments.
So, when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place.
He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Because we didn't bring it with us! If we brought the coat, we could have just been like, okay, put on the coat. Show us that you can wear it. Liar.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it?
That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
You have a connection to McGilded. You should be collected as evidence. I'm
me.
so freaking done. We did bring proof. It was Gregson. He's not helping. Something wrong, Inspector? No, there's a lot of things that's wrong.
What do you mean?
The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. The way you're describing this guy makes him sound like he's like the love interest in a YA novel, like a teen YA novel, you know?
Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. Van Zeeks is writing fanfiction about, like, McGilded. Oh, that's terrible. I hate that, actually. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
Bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
Paw print? What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Ooh, scandalous. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Gladly, my lord.
Oh no. The Van Zeeks AO3 writing arc. Oh no. I mean, maybe he was the Twilight vampire we made along the way.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items.
No, not at all.
Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. I mean, that's not clear anything, actually.
Have you not
not been listening, man. Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in.
Except there was a second disc, but I feel like everyone has forgotten that there is a second disc. He mentioned at one point there should be a second disc in there at some point, but no one brought that statement up ever again. Unless he's about to do that right now. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been up. No, wait, hold on. Wonder if that's really true. No, you know that's not true.
Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
I need to insert disc too. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Winterbank's. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. And that's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
But Rexy's being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. I will say, I am not defending Twilight. It is not my cup of tea. I will say, I was once forced to read a different YA novel. Not in its entirety, but like large portions of it, I was forced to. Did not enjoy it. It made Twilight read like Shakespeare. It was so bad. It was so terrible. Was it Hunger Games? No. It was not great, is all I'll say. But like, listen, I'll give Twilight that it was like and I think we're back. Probably. Possibly. Allegedly. Okay, I think it's back. Cool. Hello. But yeah, I guess to kind of finish, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's definitely one of those, this should have stayed as fanfiction. Or it's so generic that, like, it could be any story, you know? But yeah, bad literature aside, I don't want my internet to break again. I will say though, when literature is written like fanfiction, okay, I don't know if I want to get into my little spiel of like the difference between fanfiction and like fiction generally. Do I go into the spiel? Well, Edgar Benedict is like right here. Yeah, I don't care about his opinion. So like, it's interesting because like fanfiction, what is it? It's a different style entirely from regular fiction. Because fanfiction, the reader in it already knows all the characters, the settings, everything like that, so they don't have to actually establish those things or describe those things. They can just jump right into it. And that kind of stays true even for like well-written fanfiction and the like, but fiction in general doesn't, because, you know, the reader doesn't have that pre-existing information. And the thing I read was written like a fanfiction where it was just very underdescribed and very generic because of that underdescription, if that makes sense. So it's not bad because it's written like fanfiction in the sense of like, oh, fanfiction bad. It's more like it was bad because it was written like fanfiction in a genre where that probably shouldn't have been. It's just the wrong genre. I don't know. Anyway, that's my little tiny condensed TED talk on that. Yeah, I will say though that vampires are just it's a very wide topic. And I don't know. It's interesting when writers try to like go outside the established norm for it. Like, you know, like Van Zeek's over here, a vampire who has the power to disintegrate wine glasses at will, and make them reappear, and also not stain his gloves. That's very unique take on vampires. It was written like a sequel without a prequel, kind of. Yes and no. Yes and no. It's also just like, I feel like fanfiction in general is more about character interactions rather than world development. And that's not always true. That's not a blanket thing. But, you know. It's like, I would say even a sequel still has to describe the world a bit more because, like, it still has to establish those things. But yeah, kind of. Close enough. The vampire with the power of attorney. Exactly! Actually, I'm pretty sure that's a genre. Regardless, you had no reason to break in? That's a lie! There was another thing! Where's the... No, not that one. It's this one. The box.
Objection!
Sequels expand characters and interactions as well as the world. Yeah, and it kind of has to, like, describe all of that stuff anyways. I think that fanfiction doesn't necessarily have to do that as much since... I mean, yes and no. It's a wide umbrella. But, like, I don't know. If you've read fanfiction versus, like, other, like, fiction and stuff, like, there is a kind of a difference in the way that they're written. Although I think that modern fiction is trending towards that fanfiction style. So, I don't know. That opinion probably isn't gonna hold true in, like, a couple years or something. I mean, sometimes Batman is just a vampire, right? Was he ever a vampire? Could have been. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. He shot Dracula? Dracula is in the DC universe? Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Mr. Windibanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Dracula's in Marvel Andy? Why is Dracula there? Dracula's real? Oh shoot, it's a sign. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibank's pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That is a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So, that means that for some reason, this Graydon fella needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? Oh man, I want to just pin this particular comment. This judge is one of my favorite ones. I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible.
On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbank's pawnbrokery.
Well, yeah, because they failed. They never got into the back room.
And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
Because they never got into the back room! Just because it was a failed theft doesn't change that it could be a possible motive. What?
Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please.
Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Oh, Hurley's red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
According to the information on this ticket, McGilded's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th of April, to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th of April.
The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
Are we gonna use the stereoscope again?
And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare.
Okay, hold on. Let's play some spot the difference, shall we? The box in the... Objection! The box in the bottom right corner was moved. Kind of above the corner. The purple, like, circular kind of... Do you know what I'm talking about? The box in the lowest shelf on the right was moved. It is at a slightly different placement. We've seen this before. Was anything else moved?
No, everything else seems the same.
But yeah, I already see the difference.
Oh, I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Time to cross my eyes!
Seriously, we know how to do this. We've been here before.
Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
And you did a shoddy job of it.
So, your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector.
I didn't even need to cross my eyes. It's pretty visible. They're just really bad at this.
Yes, sir.
Like, it's so obviously not in the same spot. Like, it's very visibly moved.
We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both.
Yes, because you know what... So, funny thing, Gregson. The thing about a box is that people usually are trying to steal the thing in the box, not the box itself. And if you can leave the scene as if nothing was stolen by putting the box back, you generally do that. I'm sorry if that makes me sound like a criminal, but that seems like the obvious thing here. Common sense is so uncommon.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
Well, I'm about to make this into your reality. No, don't collapse. He gave us the evidence we need. We're actually good. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawn box. Iris, please, as the one with the brain cell, please say something. Stop. Might have been able to break him down at last.
You know what, Bruno? You're all dumb. I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same.
What?
We literally did this like 10 minutes ago. I can't.
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position?
That the position of the box is different.
It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't agree with that. I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic? Yes! Yes, there is! Why would I need to use a piece of evidence? It's the box! It's just the box! I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel.
I already did.
Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Literally right here. I hope that it's okay if I do it on only one of them. But,
Take that!
like, literally, come on. Granted, these two prints are almost identical, but I have played a lot of spot the difference in my days. I can see all those things. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
Yeah, you really... Do y'all need glasses or something? I'm sure that glasses exist. Almost identical means it wasn't identical. Exactly! Oh yes, I did see it. I'll probably ask my friend who actually, like, paints figures for advice, honestly. But yeah, thank you. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, or with your eyes, like a reasonable person, we're not rounding up on the evidence. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. Honestly, kudos to him for not wanting to be... Yeah, for not wanting to cross his eyes in front of the court. Good for him.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Potentially, perhaps, as a conjecture, they opened the box.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact...
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Why are you objecting?
Mindless guesswork. What if it was?
Someone could have just taken the thing out of the box! So a box was moved on the shelf, nothing was Did you ever open it? Oh my god. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. Do you not know what a box is? Do you not know how a box operates? Okay, let me spell it out for you, Van Zeeks. So what you do with a box is that you open the lid and you put things inside of it. Then you close the lid again. And the funny thing about that is that if someone were to, I don't know, open the lid, take the thing out and close the lid again, it looks like it's exactly the same. That's so weird, am I right? It's so crazy. But at the same time, the thing inside the box would have been taken, and that counts as theft, funnily enough. That's so weird, so crazy. I am going to throttle you. Why are you agreeing with him? That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. Hi, June, I'm glad you're having fun. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Yes! Come on. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box, a container, a holder of items. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside. Thank you! Oh my... I was really expecting Iris to pop in at some point and be like, guys, a box is a thing that carries items. How have you all forgotten this? What are you suggesting? Do you need me to spell it out for you? I thought you were supposed to be smart. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
Oh, that won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. It was moved! How are you? You can't be the Stents. At this point, he is covering up for something. I'm going to accuse you next. Ugh. My new marvelous invention, because no one here has ever heard of it before. A container for items. You put it inside, and then it disappears. Wow! Amazing! Sugoi! Box! The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. I love this judge. This judge is my favorite judge. He has been so great. He has been on our side when it matters, and he calls us out when we are a little bit full of ourselves. We like this guy. We appreciate this guy. Oh, you'd think you would have labeled it as box with thing inside of it instead of just box. I mean, maybe McGilded had the reasonable common sense to assume that, hey, if I list a box, there's a thing inside the box. Probably that's part of the whole thing. But hey, no one would be stupid enough to think that it was just the box, and then didn't realize that common sense was, not distributed evenly amongst the population.
Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once.
Thank you.
Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
It's just a really fancy box. That's so crazy. We have to do these inspectors' jobs for them? Yeah, glare all the daggers you want. I'm throwing axes. You are not a part of this. Sod off, Edgar Benedict. Oh no, my straw is bending. This thing is supposed to be heat resistant. Dang it. Unfortunate. What if I, like, spin it around? Maybe it'll start bending this direction.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks.
This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese speciality, it would seem. Don't talk about smokescreens or else I'll think that you threw up the smokescreen during the McGilded thing. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense— No, you don't have it! You have no common sense! That none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. If they never inspected the inside of that box, they can't appraise what was inside of that box. Like, I don't know, a cardboard box could have, like, like mother of pearl mixed with, like, diamonds and, like, I don't know, other expensive precious jewels or something. You could have all of those things in a cardboard box that looks like it's falling apart. And if you appraise it from the outside, it looks like crap. But if you open it, it has other things in it. This guy, it makes no sense. Dude. Like, unless you're able to tell me what was inside that box, then yeah, no, you have no leg to stand on or slam on the desk with. I remember. Yeah, exactly. It could have the ultimate chicken nuggies in there. And, like, that would be worth a lot more than just the box. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. But he was stealing the thing in the box, guys.
I'm gonna throw your wine glass for you, at you!
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGild had perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Dude, you're full of it.
The articles in this upstanding member of society pond were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box.
Oh yeah, as we all know, the proper container for objects is black overcoats. And only black overcoats. Boxes? Nah, nothing in them. Just a pretty decoration that you put on a shelf. Yup, definitely. The box goes in the square hole. So does my sanity.
I assure you I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
But you just said that the disc was yours. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. It's not as if it was Gilded Rules, is it? Thank goodness it was because it was rich enough. But you can't deposit back cash at a pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of it. Prosecution's... No, it isn't! No one knows how a box works in this universe. Holy crap. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. At this point, I feel like the Hound of the Baskervilles evidence is not because of the Hound of the Baskervilles. We're just using it to be like, so Sholmes deposited a box, and inside that box was this manuscript. Boxes contain items. There was something in there. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Has the box been added as evidence? No! They keep trying to reject it! This is actually worse than who would open a window in winter. It's so cold outside. You don't need to air out the smoke from an active fire in your living quarters. No, you don't need to do that. That actually makes more sense than, what's a box? Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Do I just open a box for them? Is that what I do? I think I just open a box to demonstrate that, in fact, you can put things in there. Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, shoot. I don't think I have tangible proof, I just have common sense.
What's the matter, Reno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
Yes, of course. You and I both know that. But no one else seems to have a brain cell. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. And everyone was against it. They saw how against it you were, too. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Oh yeah, that is a problem, yeah.
But Ginny...
Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this right now? Because he anticipated everything? No, I think he's just dumb. I don't... he's either really dumb or really smart. There's no in between.
Maybe this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright, the exact significance of the things that Miss Gilded deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court.
But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case.
Well, we're about to lose because of uncommon sense, so I don't think we have a choice. No, they're only gonna care about perjury when it comes to our clients. Let's be real. We're gonna have Gina testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh? What proposal, counsel? I'm sorry, I'm already married.
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
I see. The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed, your own. I have.
Lord Van Zieks, do you care to explain that last remark?
No, I mean, wait, actually, yeah, no, he basically just said no. The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
You didn't answer my question. But very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
You're gonna hit someone with that.
Then I shall bid you good day. No, you're staying! You don't get to leave!
Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies.
As you wish.
Huh. That's beneficial to us, though. Whose side is he on? Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
She's just like, should have told me about this first. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. Here's the thing. I don't think that Van Zieks is making our defense airtight. Like, I think, personally, that what Van Zieks is after is, I don't know, the getting rid of the what is called, McGilded's not guilty. He never agreed with that from the beginning. And he saw how much we were also pushing for it, and he sees that we do uphold the truth even when it's detrimental to us. So I don't doubt he made this kind of a play here, but he has made some really stupid assertions in the past, so I think he wants to clean up the court system, but sometimes he really doesn't have a brain cell. Frickin' Windows, come on. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. Maybe he— shoot, you're right, he is always drinking. Maybe he was just really drunk.
A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend.
Well, it would be less of a twist of fate if you stopped following me to all of my trials to act as my prosecution. Man, my straw. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago.
An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Ms. Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Ms. Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. Yeah, and I'm sure the guy named, was it Ash Graydon? It has nothing to do with the fire. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean?
I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important.
But...
Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Yeah, the Home Office is real busy. Or it should be. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris? We're on your side!
Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina.
It's the only choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hellbent on bringing the entire courtroom down upon about his ears. So be it. I mean, for Gina, it's either we manage to get her the not guilty here and she gets tried for perjury, or she's, framed for the murder of someone, which gives her the death penalty. So, like, lesser of two evils and all that. And also might be a reduced sentence just because she was, blackmailed into it. She was pressured.
I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbour secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
And in general in any of these witnesses' statements. It's really par for the course, honestly. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth.
Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. Threatened me not to snitch. Not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous! What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance. I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial.
Yeah. I mean, the prosecution and defense were both against your ruling on that, so...
Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes.
Yes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. Well, it's a good thing he got the penalty he would have gotten if he was not acquitted. Death. The answer was death. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. We were fighting against that so much! Van Zeeks, we literally were testifying against him. We were You cannot throw our credibility on the line when we... Fine.
I don't believe it! The whole trial was a farce, it was all lies. That McGilded fellow was brought into the court just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east, they were all in on it together.
You're wrong, the lawyer! Mr. Narado, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it!
Humbug!
I
don't think so.
No, none of you think.
Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of McGilded's Pond articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
It is not a crime to... It's on the prosecution! Okay, it's a skill issue. I'm just saying. If they can't prosecute well enough to go against our defense, that's just a skill issue. Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Narado.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Why is this guy turned around? You see this, right? Why?
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? The trial ended because the judge decided that there was nothing more we could get out of it, and that, like, by technicality, he was innocent. Like, there was just nothing more we could do. It was, like, the prosecution and defense were both overruled by the judge. We fought against it. I don't understand why they're acting like we did anything. If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so can't see nothing at all.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
No. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. Started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. Hardly dared to breathe.
Oh no! Speaking of breathing, you know what we should all do? Take a breath together. So, I'm gonna see if I can't, unbend my straw. So I will be right back. So I figure out how to do this. Hello. I did not really succeed in unbending my straw, unfortunately. But an attempt was made. Anyways. Let's see. We've all breathed, and now we can go back to this. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor.
It was blooming loud and all.
I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah. That's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGill had picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought... If I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. And then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and all and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First, there was a kind of rapping noise, as if someone gently tapping. Well, rapping at my chamber door. Anyway. Something, nevermore.
Hold it!
There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGildy got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe.
And the guy never mentioned that he went to go and pawn a thing of his.
A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
Beppo the party clown. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I know what happened, and stuff like that mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was at the stand. Yeah, it's not really false testimony as opposed to no testimony. He just didn't say it.
Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
The gilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I mean, if it's worth murdering someone over... I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGill flashed some brass in his face. He went running off in a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Hold it!
Threatened you how, exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarper if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months had passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing?
That's so weird. It's a mystery worth figuring out. A single unbroken Pringle is worth murdering someone. Huh. Interesting. I mean, what kind of a Pringle was it? Anyway.
Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all.
Well, it had blood on it, so... But the music disc was probably what's more important in that situation.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see.
Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runa.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. Better than the death penalty! So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I did.
I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
What's that? What are they doing?
Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time?
Yeah, that's incredibly suspicious. I mean, strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Sasato had to go home. But she talked to Sholmes, who apparently is somehow still unconscious despite the fact that she talked to Sholmes. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. I don't know, throw a water balloon at them. Spray bottle. Is there... I want to find a way to get their attention somehow, but I don't think I can do it since I've pressed everything. Was this the one where Bruno said something? I mean, it was on the press, but it didn't get added or anything. It's not a contradiction, though. She's telling the complete truth. I don't know what contradiction I'm looking for. I think the only thing, like, because there was a lot of orange when I pressed this particular statement. And it's like... It was about... Oh wait, I could probably look at the history. That was the last thing I pressed. 'Cause it was... Oh, hey, it's all highlighted in orange, too. Doot, 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 doot. Was it not in here? Am I crazy? Yeah, we're trying to find a way to get them to pay attention, but... Yeah. Okay, it was just one orange thing. Something very important that I need to hide at all costs, which... I'm pretty sure is just the coat having blood on it. It's pretty definitive. But at the same time, that's not this statement. What would they react to? I mean, if I press it again, can I look at them? Hold on, can I look at them? Ticket. Yeah, and I can't present anything here. Yeah, okay. I need to go through this. Which statement can I... Unless I just randomly press them at some point. Maybe in one of these I can just poke at them and be like, hey, what's up with you? Okay. What would I want their opinion on? Not this one. Yeah, it's not this one. Can I...
Excuse me.
Am I allowed to? Dang it. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Oh, wait, I could have just done this at any point, huh? It did not have to be a specific thing. Inspector, Mr. Graydon, pay attention in the classroom. Courtroom.
Wow, blimey! He's trying to give me a heart attack!
You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now, and we're not allowed to have that in the classroom. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Care to share with the class?
Discussion with this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine.
Don't gaslight me! I saw you whisper! Everyone in this room is a witness to this.
You think I got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Can you please call them out on this? Please. Freaking, you're useless.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus, like the negotiation here. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the coat died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own?
Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
But it was appraised at like 1 shilling or something. I don't know. But did they actually time 30 minutes exactly for the box to come from Baker Street? Ooh, maybe. My lord! Box?
The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir.
Oh, thank you. I need to open this box. Hand it over. Hand it over. Let me inspect it because no one else is good at inspecting things, apparently. The mysterious little box, deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. Anyone have any bets about what's in there? The second disc? If it was taken, then blood. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. It's another box! The baby! No! Nothing at all. Hey, remember when they said that this was the final, like, testimony? Yeah, I remember when they said it was the final testimony. I didn't believe them. I was right not to believe them. I mean, I'm sure they took what was in there, but maybe they left, like, some type of thing behind.
So, this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, I almost said McGilded again, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop.
Quick, and see what's inside.
Probably nothing. What? A music box?
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. Really? I thought it was gonna be the music box disc, but actually, no, that tracks. Kazuma, no! It would appear that this box houses a miniature music box movement.
Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Can we hear it? Can we finally hear it?
Play it, play it, play it. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited it at Winterbanks at much at the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not I'm going to throw you into the Thames! It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. Okay, never mind. I retract that statement. That's a fair point.
But why? For heaven's sake.
I'm glad that the prosecution... I'm glad that Zeeks has decided, no, this guy is so full of it. He does not own this disc. It was the victim's.
Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Who? Who is stopping this? How dare you?
Wait, my lord.
Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the...
I am going to throw you into the Thames! Iris Dawkins pay.
No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in this courtroom with some silly bit of music.
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection.
But no! A piece of evidence is police property now. You can't have it.
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. I can't believe we're on the same page right now. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
In before Gregson starts shouting over it. That disc look. This is Morse code. Shoot, I don't know Morse code. Hey! Does it repeat? Anyone want to figure out Morse code together? Hold on. I'm looking up Morse code alphabet, and I want to figure this out. Yeah, no, the paper should be stopping it from working. Or maybe it's like, it's on the reverse side. Anyway, we have a translator in the court, but I also want to solve it. Hold on. Morse code. Do. I really want to hear this and figure it out. I wanna. Puzzle. I'm treating this like a Professor Layton game. Let's go! Okay. No, I'm not getting you Macas. I have never decoded Morse code before, by the way. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Oh god, I'm so bad at this. I don't know which breaks are separating the letters. Please insert the next disc. Your princess is in another castle. Dun 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 dun. What the heck is 4 long ones? Oh god. Yeah.
It is a little hard to tell which ones are the dashes. Well, in my case, for me, it's really hard to tell where the breaks between the letters are. So it's just one long string for me. Oh, I don't think I can do this. Dun dun dun. Like, that's dash dot dot. But, like, I don't know if that's, like, dash dot dot on its own or dash dot dot with other things. Which, I mean, it could be D, but, oh god, I've lost my place. Oh no! I don't know where it leaves. Okay, I'm not gonna waste your time. If I were playing this on my own, I would probably spend, like, the next several hours trying to figure this out. Because I'm insane, but I probably shouldn't.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
'Cause it's not.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. F, yeah, because, See, I also know SOS, and that's all I need to know, right? Alternatively, I can write OSO.
Mr. Graydon?
This really is priceless. Ugh. After all that, the music box is broken! You are literally a comms guy. You know what this means. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret. I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues.
Come on, juror number 5? 4? What number is she? Juror number Morse code person.
Are you ready to move on, counsel?
No! Yeah, one of the jurors knows. Also, that guy knows. I mean, he wouldn't help us, but one of the jurors knows. She's literally been typing in Morse code, like tapping Morse code this entire time. Come on. Yes. All right. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? No, it's not. Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be it? Yes, it is! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. Terrible music. 0 out of 10. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
Does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. Oh yeah, there's a spy! Shoot, your act... It was in the papers. This one, I think, right? Let me double check.
There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice.
Oh, this guy's going in the slammer.
For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news.
It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that?
That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Bruno?
No, of course not. Well, we're about to get it. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment.
Yep, that's it. I mean, the Russian the Russian is trustworthy. He has a mouse. I know that's not really a great defense, but the mouse is really cute. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nibonese friend, answer me this. Interesting, by the way, that he hasn't said that it's mere noise. Mere conjecture. Van Zieks usually is the first one to get on my case about it, but he didn't say anything this time. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. I wish I had a better memory.
Okay, that one long one is the start. I really want to see. That one singular long one is the start. That's where it started. That's where it started. So if I listen for that. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Where? Dun 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 dun. Where? Dun 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 dun. No, I don't. Dun 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 dun. Is there one here? Wait, where does this start? There. Okay, I think I just skip over this one for now because I don't know what it said. Wait for it to loop, wait for it to loop. Not this one. One, two, three, four. 4 long ones is non-existent. Dang it. Wait, no, hold on. No! There's no 4 long ones? Was there another dot? Is that a number? Could be a number. This is not the start of the loop. There's 2, like, long ones. It's a bop. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. I'm wondering... Actually, it's nonsense? No! No wonder! I'm just like listening and looking for it. It's like, that doesn't make sense. There aren't things in there. Okay, that's why it's like 4 dashes. That's not even a thing on here. Okay, cool. So apparently it's nonsense. I have been driving myself up a wall for nothing. What if it's binary? Oh god. I would simply perish. What if it's just music? Shoot, you're right. It's just his latest hit single. This is he's just dropping his Spotify album. 5 dashes is 0. It was 4 dashes that was the problem. If I remember correctly, which is not actually anything. And there was also the one before that, the one after the first, like, I think it was D, and then it was just kind of nonsense. It was like dash dot dash dot or something like that, which dash dot dash dot dash or something like that, which is just, it's not in there, unfortunately. Okay, made up language. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming as on the case? Government secrets. Its defenses believe that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. It's a weird genre of music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. It'd have to be 2 different notes anyway. You wouldn't be able to differentiate spaces and dashes with just 1 note. Spaces, the dots and dashes you could differentiate by just having them be like 1/8 notes and quarter notes.
as long as rhythmically it's different, you'd probably be able to differentiate even if it's the same pitch. It's early metal because it's made out of metal! Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be.
Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno.
Objection!
How dare you act like Hurley! The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, I can't, but the jury can! Well, surely you have an idea in mind. Because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet.
Bruno? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really?
Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway.
Thank you, Iris. Seriously, look at the jury. How is the juror not spoken up? Also, it keeps starting at the wrong spot. At different spots. Okay. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. You gotta put some dashes in there. In those ellipses. Ah. Could it be... Is that what these sounds are? Oh, they really want me to say it, huh?
Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Terrible, 0 out of 10, as the judge said.
Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard. It's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Huh, it's the first time you called it wild in a bit. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. Get it? Dots and dashes. We're gonna dash, I was about to call him Gregson because it's Grayson and then Egg. Anyway, we're gonna dash Egbert's hopes and dreams. Do we have evidence of Morse code? I guess we just use the newspaper, right? No, I can't switch to people, so I can't actually be like, hey, the juror knows the answer. It has to be this. Because there's no other signs of Morse code on anything else. So, I would say it's this one. No? Today's paper, counsel. Okay, thank goodness. The headline is, Pawnbroker perishes in pickpurse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. Dashing through the court on a one-horse open case. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? Please listen. Please pay attention. You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon. Oh, Graydon. Did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? Ooh, she's typing it in. Let her type it in. You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Shouldn't you know Morse code? Can't you just, understand? Anyway. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. I am accusing you of, a lot more than just murder now. You're an enemy of the state. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? I accuse you of treason of the highest degree.
Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment.
Yeah, but so does murder. It's the same punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? What is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know.
For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. Well, we punish a lot of things by death.
So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous!
So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
You're objecting? Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Oh. Whose side are you on? Hello? You get to climb back out from the depths where my opinion of you has dropped? You get to climb up a little bit? The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagitious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may...
Gregson, I will throw you into the Thames! Wait, that's not Gregson. Sorry.
You can't let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
That's right, we're what they call... the Three Skulkin Brothers.
You know, at this rate, with how much Gregson has been covering up for this guy, he might as well be an honorary Skulkin brother.
Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Wow, we're just ignoring them. Okay. They don't matter anymore. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Ooh, they're turning against him. Also, you weren't part of this, guys.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
What Mr. Do, Governor? What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
Betray him. Stab him in the back.
Do it. We did, Gov, we did!
Let's go! Heck him up, screw him up!
Quiet and down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose job it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are. It sounds like they weren't ever friends.
Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence.
Small music box has been entered into the court record.
I can finally look at the music box!
Yeah, hold on your cross-examination. Hold on. I get to finally look at the music box. There it is. So, is there something else here? What's that? Oh.
What is it, Bruno?
I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
Ah, you're right! Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it.
This box was also a box! Look at that. We're learning how boxes work. We've finally done it. We've gotten more education than everyone in this room. All right then. Here goes. Another music box! And inside this music box was another music box! And over there on the side of this music box was more music boxes! It's music boxes all the way down. I'm actually going insane.
Look at that. There's another movement on the underside.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked.
So, if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
We don't have another disc. We don't have another disc. That's why he asked about the second disc. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe it's a different pitch. We don't have another one. That's the one that we put in there already. We don't have a second disc. Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? The mold is of the first disc, unfortunately.
And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length.
Same pitch. So, this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one. I mean, alternatively, maybe if you flip it over, does it do something else? Or maybe, like, if you had a second copy of it and, like, this one plays in, like, reverse or something. I don't know. Because, like, it's a different pitch, right? Maybe it's palindromic.
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have another one, but that is very interesting to note. We don't have that. Why can't we have that put into the evidence? Come on. See how the former gilded disc sits in the music box? The man deposited at Windibanks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit.
So there's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
This is what prompts you to look for it if I hadn't already been a curious little cat, bird. Can I look at the rest of it? Or is it just... This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it?
Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually, the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before.
Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. Two notes. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Okay, I don't think there's anything else to look in there because it would just give me the mechanism altogether. I mean, is there anything else we can see in here, actually? Just open it. It's okay, I've seen this. Just open it again, please. It's just that... What else can I look at? Does this all count as one thing to perceive? I think it might. Yeah, okay. So we're not noting it down yet. Unfortunate. I wish we could try it out with the music box we already or the music disc we already have, but we can't. Oh, right, yeah, you're testifying. Sorry. Well, I'm not sorry, but...
Hold it!
So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted.
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
The jewel didn't have anything, unfortunately. Oh. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Cool! He's committing perjury again! Stop him! Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. Oh, never meet your idols, ma'am.
So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon?
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard.
But you could make a mold of it. Is that why we have the mold? Is it so that we can prove that you can just make a mold of it?
And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them.
Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Oh man, juror number 5 is becoming my favorite juror. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cyphercracking Convention 5 years in a row now. Oh my god! She's just ripping him apart because she was a fan! That's fascinating. He's gonna kill her. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut.
She should really pick her idols more carefully.
I tell you this, lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
They're not.
To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Sorry for not being a freaking military guy. I don't know. Ouch, she looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Oh, no, that's her.
I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson here in court? We already did that with stereoscopes.
Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
I mean, it could be rhythms, but like, nah, it was nonsense without it, the other one, so it makes sense. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? No? I mean, it's rhythmically...
Am I crazy?
There's only dots? I guess it's because... I mean, it's just some of them... Rhythmically, it's not the same throughout, though. Like, the spacing between them. I don't know. It's arguably the same. The dash would be held longer. Like, that I can agree with. It's just... I'm not familiar enough with Morse code, clearly. But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. You can't really hold a tone on the music box. I guess the implication is that the pauses aren't dashes. I guess, yeah, no, that makes sense. Because it's a music box. Morse code is a triple jump? Yeah, sure. Mario is... What's the M in Mario stand for? Morse code. Morse Mario. I don't know. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. It is part of Morse code. It is half of the Morse code. Morse code. No! Really? You shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. That's funny.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it?
Iris?
I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
There's a B-side to this thing.
Could there be something I haven't considered? Well, we didn't note it down, but, I mean, would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. Wait. I don't have a second disc. I'm gonna try it because I have penalties to spare, but like, I don't have a second disc. I'm going into this knowing that I might not have all the things I need. Oh. We will try after this break. Oh boy, this one's gonna go on longer, isn't it? Well, we'll see how long this case is. I will be right back. I return. But, well, 13 seconds. How much longer is this case, actually? Will I be able to finish it today? Find out next now, probably. Feels like we're nearly there. Alright. Let's get his ass. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. And that's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? Forever. It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Sorry to dash your hopes. I already used that pun. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward.
Ha! Screw you.
Could better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Yes! Let me open it. I want to open it.
Oh, wow, what is it? Look at that, there's a thing! Oh, wow, is it? I already saw this dialogue, you don't need to walk me through this again. Whoa! Infinitum. Dots and dashing through the snow.
in a red-handed open case. Infinitum. You know what? I'm just gonna say it incorrectly on purpose because at least I'll know I'll be wrong. Okay, Iris, I know this. We've been here. Please. Here.
Got it!
Look, inside this music box is another music box!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here?
Nonsense.
Another movement on the underside of the music box. What?
It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke! I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support its claims. Despite the fact that I just opened up the music box? Really? And though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. Isn't that your job to investigate? I'm helping you solve an international, governmental, high treason case. I'm trying to help you here. Actively denying me. And may I remind the court that, as the witnesses pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGill 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be more concerned about the source of the leak rather than the deal that was actively happening. Exactly! I had nothing whatsoever to do with it! Guys, do you really think that the brickmaker, the Mason guy, was the one who coded the message?
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise.
Thank you.
I believe the cross-examination should continue.
The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Okay, this is gonna be the one that I'm going to have to present evidence against, but I just need to figure it out. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. Guys, was he the spy? Not having much of a history is a little bit sus, right? That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? Also, how would a brickmaker, get work if no one knows who he is?
How indeed.
How would a brickmaker who people don't know the identity of come across a nickname of thrice-fired Mason? There has to be some notoriety to obtain a nickname. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal.
Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that.
An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add on to that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
I'll press everything first.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
I see it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash? Hey? Hey? Come on, back me up here.
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say. Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's in old China.
Oh, are you having distinct fond memories or something? Did you guys go frolicking through the daisies? Dancing through the tulips? What's up? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
Oh, who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together back when. Way back when.
Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash, I mean, you look at him now and his fancy whistle and flu and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one, he had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? I was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
But let them have a fruit.
Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
Geezer? He's like 18.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
He's like 18, he's not a geezer.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Would that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Please add it. My lord.
Yes, counsel.
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel.
I'm glad that he trusts us now, where it's just like, well, it doesn't make sense to me, but I'm sure you'll prove it somehow.
I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. A Skulkin's never skulkin'.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Do I have anything for that? Milverton and wait, hold on. I never actually looked at this. Okay, not much. Not much in here. Okay. Milverton. I don't know. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Is there something in the newspaper about it? No, I don't think so. Wait, his name was Milverton. Oh my god, I can't read. I can't read, apparently. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Wait, can I present a person? Oh god, where did the thing go? Where did it go? Oh no, I've lost it. In canon, he's just there shuffling through like 10 papers, like 3 boxes, 2 guns. Was it on this one? No, that's Winterbank. Hold on. Not there. It was in here. It would have been in here. Milverton. Thank you for noticing. I can't read.
Objection.
What? But... Wait! How does that not count? Let's just consider the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we? He was talking about
Milverton! And this is Milverton!
What implications, Council? Nothing strikes me about it.
But... Exactly. Do I have to present it on the other one? Okay.
What does strike me is your propensity for the inane, however.
Wrong statement. I know what it needs to be. Hold on. Right clue, wrong statement. Before this one too. It's when he's like, oh, I have no relation to this man. Well, that's a lie. What? What? Am I skipping a step? He said Milverton! Come on! He said Milverton! It's Milverton and okay. I guess I have to double press, alright.
Hold it!
Okay. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going on back when we was youngsters. Bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved.
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from?
Oh, right, I thought of clever clogs like you would have worked that one out, that is.
I already worked it out! I'm going to throw you into the Thames! Why is that my current threat? Anyway. Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Stop interrupting them. Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... Please say something.
It wasn't the happiest of homes that one came from. There, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see. But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Oh my god, was that his dad? Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not! This is all bunkum! I've been a Graydon since I was born! Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then?
Ah, yes, I see. I had to connect them as father and son rather than just associates.
Is that correct?
Very well, yes. So, Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important, for reasons that I just can't say. That's so weird! Does this go in here now? All of a sudden, we seem to be up on our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage.
It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGill, dude.
No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered.
If only there was some link between the two men somehow.
I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems... yeah. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers.
Oh, take care. Have a good weekend.
Can I... Does one of them mention Milverton now? Like... Oh, whoop, I did not mean to press that. Whoops, that was my bad. Ah!
Let me go.
Free me! Like, am I allowed now to present this? Now that I've established that, I am actually gonna save because, like... We know! We know there's a link! We've seen that there is a link! And I feel like if it takes this from me again, I'm gonna be a little upset. Oh, I can't even switch to people. Okay. Please. Can I... Finally! Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court?
Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me.
No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. Which is a crazy coincidence, honestly. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive?
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father?
I don't!
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Wow, 3 twirls. Why are you pointing at him? Why are you pointing at Benzeeks? Point at the guy. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth.
The truth, you say?
That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh?
We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed, didn't need to do that. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone. The music box.
As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed?
Because it was a box that contained items!
The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. And as we all know, it may be a thing that plays music, but it is also a box, which holds items like the music box disc. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago?
I refuse to accept any of this nonsense!
Perjury is a crime, and so is high treason. You are gonna die. You've given us reason. Sir. There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh, what an unfortunate time to be wearing white. Oh, what an unfortunate time to be wearing white.
What?
2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself.
Sholmes!
1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders, and not the arm of Ringo. He is too short for that to make sense. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it?
He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Just go and die!
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply.
So you're admitting to the perjury and the high treason. Oh man, we got you on so many counts.
Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures.
You murdered a man! Sir, that was a murder. That's not an adventure.
But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded.
What about the murder? What about the murder? What about the murder? Dude. Okay, listen. Even if you were found innocent of the other 2 things here, you still shot and killed a guy, which will give you capital punishment anyways. You will still die. This guy is baffling, but okay.
As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. Oh, thank you for the follow.
He's not going down. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. Yeah, he has the third gun, which meant that he was the one who shot and killed the guy. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. Evidence notwithstanding.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness!
That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibank that night is you.
Hold it!
Who? Oh, is that your voice?
You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here.
What? What's that supposed to mean?
Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility?
What do you mean? What thought? What possibility?
The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment.
Because you did it?
You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
But you've committed so much perjury! How would anyone believe you? Everything you said today has been a lie! From literally... Dude! From what you saw to where you were to your own name, everything you said has been a lie. Why would we ever believe your testimony? What?
Huh? Are you suggesting...
I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him.
And how did you get shot? The wind? A trick shot? Did it bounce off of the guy and then bounce into you? Are you telling me that's what happened? Or are you telling me you shot yourself in the arm? Like, that's such a weak argument. Come on.
Order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Pin that phrase, pin that sentence. I don't believe it. Mr. Graydon.
Yes?
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
He already has. Oh, I understand fully.
Do you, though?
Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
See, even the judge says allegedly, even he's not buying this.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
It's like, dude, how did you get shot? Please tell me. I hope he says it.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
So, like, we've got two avenues here.
Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Extraordinarily BS. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger.
Like,
Order! Order! Order!
it wasn't my intention to testify in this way.
But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. Wiggly woogly, you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation.
You should have told the truth from the beginning. You've committed perjury! The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point?
Oh, yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If a coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
No, they're gonna misattribute it. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. They're gonna touch that blood and it's gonna be bright purple, and they're gonna be so confused.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. Okay, but like, consider this. We said that he was there because of the blood spatter, and at the same time, I don't know, he did admit that he was there, so I think it's pretty reliable. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. The Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good, Bruno.
Because it has blood on it, but it's not the right one.
Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals.
Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. And in Gina's literal statement, but okay.
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
But seriously, they're gonna find it and it's gonna be purple. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. Okay, but like, we can also get him on the count of like, the testimony doesn't make sense because how could that gun have shot twice when there was only one bullet in the chamber? It doesn't make sense. This guy is full of hot air. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. On what grounds, right?
Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once.
Oh man. With pleasure, my lord.
While we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel!
Yes, my lord.
Your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, like the bullet, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Okay, but like there was only one bullet. He can't... They couldn't have shot twice. Felt a sharp pain in your arm. Okay. I worry that if I present it here, it's just not gonna hold because I would need, like, I don't know, amended testimony. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. Okay, yeah, so if they're addressing it here, that means that that's definitely not the proof. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you.
Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun! Where did the gun go?
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the
Then why would she have his gun? It was a locked room. Why would she... Van Zieks? You had the brain cell for a little bit. It grazed you, and now it's gone.
Objection!
Bro. But no other gun was found at the scene. Yeah, without look, the moment forensic ballistics markings becomes admissible in court, all of this is over. Calm yourself, counsel. I swear to God, if you say you took the gun, sorry, you must consider the events in order. Uh-huh. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment, wibbly-wobbly, that the little gutter rat shot him in the back.
A chilling image, I must say.
Then where did the gun go? Did he run out of steam?
Where did the gun go? But where would the gun go in that situation? Ah, yes, she shot him. That's where the third gun is. Did it just grow legs and leave? It was finders keepers at that. I'm going insane. Dude, what do you mean? It vanished, it disappeared into a sea of butterflies. Apparently, that's more likely than whatever this guy's concocting. I guess I'll just go and press everything, because clearly I'm not allowed to actually prove anything.
Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe.
Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them.
Oh, and then she used the scalpel to... Yeah, he's just so... Like, he's committed so much perjury, this shouldn't hold any water. He can't just randomly start claiming things without proof. The thing is... they're gonna believe him because of the blood on the coat, and that bothers me so much.
He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun. Wait, really? Was it bad in the 3DS? Oh boy, I thought it would have been easier with the stereoscope stuff. Was it like too small or something? Ugh. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop?
I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items.
Looking for the music box, of course.
The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help my little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. Like a rugby ball. So I pulled my gun out on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper.
pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot?
Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot.
And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you.
So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. I've actually already passed on from blood loss.
Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Oh, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
All his twirling reopened the wound. Yeah, it wasn't bleeding before.
When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way.
And I scampered through the door up back.
At which point, what did you do?
Okay, no amendments.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him?
I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door's a solid job, made of stout wood.
But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside.
Huh, there's a little flower on that. Does that mean that's an iris creation? Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
No, likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing on the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place.
Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
Where did it go? Okay, I already pressed this one.
Hold it!
All over her.
Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood.
I mean, can't you tell the difference between 2 months old blood and 2 days old blood? Like, dried blood is dried blood, but like, I mean, I'm sure there's a difference. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Bother.
Then she tossed it out of the people, so you picked it up and made your— Why did you run away with the gun? This is like the glass situation from case 1 all over again. Why did you leave with the glass? You just took it. Didn't come down to mean anything, but anyway. Yeah, why are they accepting the claims from the guy who's been lying the whole time? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room towards the person who can open the peephole and shoot her. What in what world would that make sense?
That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. She dares approach me.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door to where I was walking. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon.
You make no sense. This is so weak. This is such a weak argument.
Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place.
Please. This is so dumb.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. I mean, that's true. That's irrevocably true.
Yes, it was yours truly.
Why wouldn't they look for fingerprints?
It's not a thing yet. Let's go.
And let's be real, if there were fingerprints, he'd just be like, oh yeah, I wiped it clean to clean it off. It needed a good dusting. I don't know.
I left the clear up to my lackeys and left.
Clear up.
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. I thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God.
Yeah, the crime scene's already been tampered with, so it's just like fingerprints aren't yet recognized as evidence, just like blood types aren't recognized as evidence.
Ugh.
Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You're like a bull at a...
You little toe rag! Oh man, the girls are fighting!
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
Oh my god! The girls are really fighting now!
Excuse me.
Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine. Well, I saw a murder, I think, taking place. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin.
Blimey. Let's see some him up. Hooligan.
What was going on just now?
You saw me grab my whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station?
And why didn't you?
Because we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not it, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? Like a seagull eyeing eyeing a chip.
Sorry, I forgot that French fries are chips. Making a pear smoothie out of him. Oh no, shaken, not stirred.
I'm telling you, this dude gives me the willies.
That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone.
No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him.
Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris.
Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
Oh no. Oh no. Are we gonna have to do another summation examination?
My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel?
Can I object? No, my lord.
Well, there you have it.
The report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound.
Oh my god, they went in with bias. You can't just go in with bias like that. It's spattering, yes, but it could be from any type of wound.
End of report. Goodness me.
Like, you heard Gina. You heard her say that the guy... You heard her say that McGilded stabbed the guy, took off the coat, and then gave it to the pawnbroker. We established that as a thing she said before this all came up. Okay.
See, what did I tell you?
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's.
What on earth makes you say that, Counsel?
Gina's testimony and also inadmissible evidence. The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason McMilverton. Mr. Mason Milverton. But the trustworthy Wiggly guy said otherwise. Don't trust his wiggles! They're very untrustworthy wiggles. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Mr. McMason McGilded. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Well, give it a couple of... give it like, you know, couple of centuries? A century or two? Well, we'll get there. Spirit mediums and stuff, but not now. Sorry. 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for No, we didn't! For McGilded's innocence, and yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. We testified against him at some point, really. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... We fought against him! We did not agree! Oh my god.
I call it bally disgrace, treachery, that's what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done!
But... We used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Yeah, but he's a chemist and a boxer and a fencer and a...
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I held out Peroski to starving boy and he ran away crying.
What does that have to do with anything? Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination.
He's real!
His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
But he's real. He's helped you solve cases. Him, like, his story single-handedly raised the reputation of Lestrade to the point where he got a pay raise. Like, his name holds weight. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole— No, it doesn't! From start to finish!
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim.
The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen.
Or he literally wore the coat, come on.
In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. You need to get your eyes checked.
Oh my god. This is so dumb. My lord!
Been a long battle this one, but this old horse has something to say now, if you please.
Freaking heck. I don't want to do another summation examination. Come on!
Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now.
I'm going.
Why? Like, how is... Okay, you know what? I do need the health break. I need the health break to, like, mental health break at this point. Oh, give me a bit. We wanted... No, we didn't want guilty for our client. Oh, man. Okay, I will be right back as soon as I bang my head on a wall like 5 times. Okay. Be right back. Hey, y'all. So, I discovered some news. Not real life things. It has to do with those. Don't worry. I discovered something. I decided to look up places to see generally. Oh. Is it too loud? Oh, okay. Give me a second. Two things.
Okay. I think it should be fine now. I'm pretty sure the game's gonna crash. Or it didn't? It did last time I fixed the mic. Okay. Rude. So I discovered a funny thing. I decided to look up a playthrough to see how long left I have in this case. I did save, just in case it crashed, because it has done that in the past because of the mic issues. I discovered that not 10 hours, but there's still at least like 3 hours left. I'm probably not finishing this today. I'll go on a little bit longer to find a decent stopping point, but like there's still like 3 hours left of this case. Oh boy. The judge has in fact lied. Yeah. The judge is, in fact, not telling the truth when he said it was the last one. Oh, unanimous verdict? Yeah, sure.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
Yeah, this case is long. Most of these cases, by the way, have been really, really long. Game 2 was even worse? Oh no. Oh no. 'Cause, like, the reason that this has been, like, the reason that these cases have been long is that they kind of stretch it out a little unnecessarily with twists that sort of don't make sense. Man, this is the whole circus. I'll just hope that the twists in the second game are a little bit less, this is a clown circus. This is the midterms. Oh god, why am I back at school? Yeah, the first, I mean, to be fair, the first case I remember also took a while. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. No, but his testimony makes no sense! The only reason it works is if you throw out all of your reason and logic. Here's to any attempt you make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. I'm going to throw all of you into the Thames. I don't believe it, after I've come so far. Okay, I'm not gonna say it bluntly, but yeah, I do agree. I really hope so, because... Come on, this holds no water. Don't tempt... Don't tempt Thames. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? Because no one has a brain. Maybe the wiggle dance hypnotized the jury. Shoot, you're right. It was magic all along. Black magic and curses were brought up earlier. Who is saving me? Who is my savior in this instance? How very distressing. To be held. Is it Sholmes? Is he here? Has he delivered the brain cell? Please be Sholmes! To be held in such low esteem. Please be him. Please be him. What? He came in. No shot! Why? Why have you just been watching me lose my freaking mind? Sholmes, please. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, officer. You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, because it's funny, I guess, but by none other than the human mind. Wait, can we do a deduction? Those are more fun. I know that voice. Am I going mad? I've already gone mad! I've already lost it! It's gone! Please save me. There he is! Mr. Sholmes!
What is the meaning of this?
Order! 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 Sholmes is my favorite. He's been my favorite, but now he is especially my favorite. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hello! Welcome to my sanity is finally saved.
Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last!
And with that, awakens the brain cell. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
In what manner, sir?
I love that he still tips the hat. I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks?
If you disagree, I'm going to punt you. This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Yeah, that's true. Having spent so long already.
Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
Yeah, but you've been actively hiding things. Oh my god, Van Zeeks! I think he's just here to piss off everybody collectively. So anytime someone says something that's like, yeah, you're on my side, he'll just go, yeah, actually, no, screw you. I'm actually going against you now. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes.
I missed you so much! My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Do you want a chair or something? Like, you can sit down if that'll help. Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Hurley, this place is full of
Yes! This entire thing! Oh my god, Iris and Hurley are the best freaking characters! This place is full of idiots. This place is so full of idiots. Can I just frame this particular... I just want to frame this one sentence because this sums up this entire case.
This place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Among other things.
Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. And oversight on my part. Right. Modesty. Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. Sasato's coming in clutch. The trio with the prickin' brain cell. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Sasato. From Miss Sasato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. It's a bomb! Miss Sasato foresaw today's events, I believe. Oh god, they're all playing 5D chess, jeez. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. So we are going to fight unfairly. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Sasato-san. Whatever could it be? Huh? What? Wait! Whoa. Hold on! Everyone, hold! Remember when I pointed out that the peephole had, like, what looked like a Iris's invention symbol on it? This is the cat door maker! This is the thing that Iris used to just... Yeah, the Flap-O-Matic! I forgot it was called the Flap-O-Matic. When I was brought up earlier in chat, I completely forgot what it was called. But yeah, no, it's the cat door maker. What is this?
Oh, it's the machine I made.
Oh. Although it didn't have the iris symbol on it.
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the Cat Flapper-Mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds.
Oh wait, guys, where is the cat? We brought the cat, right? Did we lose Waggy?
I think we lost Waggy. What's Sissy up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. Wait, what? That is your answer, dear fellow. Just tell us! We've been here for so long! Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used this flapomat that night, but why? Well, yeah, that means that the people is because of her, which means that people couldn't have been used, you know. It couldn't have been used to actually witness the shooting. It would have had to been that guy. We got it. We figured it out. There's still 3 hours left somehow! Well, wonder if there's evidence? The flower, probably. Your 5 minutes is over. I don't see your pocket watch. You're no strong heart. We're out of time already? No, I already figured it out! I figured it out! God, there's still 3 hours. Why are you up there? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all... Oh, you know what? Vampires are really good at counting. It makes sense for him to be really good at counting. The die is cast. Roll for initiative. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. Summation examination, go! I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Oh, wait! I can choose? Shoot, I'm saving here. I'm genuinely saving here. Yeah, because, like, here's the thing. The cat flapomat is... It's good evidence. It shows that the people wasn't there. I don't think a summation examination will help us. Yeah, no, there's no changing minds, and, like, genuinely, that's not gonna help in any way. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be further cross-examination. I'm glad we got this option. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. No! We're cross-examining an old witness! The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness. It was temporarily suspended. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. It's so funny that was Sholmes. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then? If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon,
The court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd.
I love this actually.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination.
Oh, this will certainly be the final.
Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
Cat flap. Single chance present evidence. Prevent evidence.
If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to my adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. No, wait! I leave this in your capable hands. Oh my god! We should have gotten him a chair. 07's in chat for him. Thud. Mr. Sholmes? Well, he would do that in the most theatrical way possible.
To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever.
Oh no, did his wound get infected?
Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
Both. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
I just really want to present this cat flapomat. Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. Did we ever find out where the scalpel went? That's probably why he has a fever. He's probably infected from the scalpel still being in him. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Come on, cat flapomat.
Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
I got you. I have you on the freaking ropes. I had you on the ropes, but now I have you on the freaking tightrope. And I'm gonna push you over into the cliff, into the Thames. Ooh, hello, new music. Alright. Where's the people? And I'm not allowed to press anything. Right here. This one. I'm going to save though, because that sounded like if you fail, you lose all of your penalties. So, just in case. I just really want to present this freaking cat flapomat. Come on.
Objection!
Okay.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel?
Allow me to demonstrate. Door!
oh, it's my cat flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it.
You know, I just realized that'd be really great for burglars. Maybe we should, like, not, present this. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we could all work that out for ourselves.
But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Oh, really?
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. Also, side note, I did think it was weird that there was a peephole in the storeroom door, because it's just like, if it's meant to keep people out, then why would there be an easily accessible thing that we could open? Like, what's the point of locking the door, right? I wish I had spoken up at that point. It would have been amazing foreshadowing. We arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winbank. I think I might have already read that, actually. Oops.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together. And it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much as my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
You didn't. Or you did the murder yourself. Yes. How could you?
What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
All right, it's time. Time to strike the final blow with like 2 hours remaining. 2.5 hours. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door. And until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! Yeah, open your wound further.
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions.
That is a most serious act of vandalism. Is it more or less serious than all the acts of vandalism in this case so far? For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes because the hole wasn't made. It brings a whole new angle.
Riddled with. Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door.
Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. No wonder they didn't see a peephole.
Order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
We have pictures? We do. And we have the symbol. I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is.
Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? We could just test it right now.
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Lucky! Cooey! Time for dinner!
Did you already make a door?
Well?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak panel. channeling at the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet, don't worry.
Oh no, we've duped the kitty cat. The cat's like, wait, where's the food?
I was promised food! This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? Well, the cat flaps my cat flapper mat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Winterbanks are an exact match. Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Wait, we have pictures of that door, don't we? You can see there's no people in here! We have evidence! It's right here! It's in the photographs! Because it has a very clear view of the door and there's no door there. There's no people. Oh my god, I can't believe I never noticed that. Like, we have actual genuine proof, but I don't think we're allowed to present that. What about after the crime? We don't have that in our evidence, like our court record, but like, to be fair, I'm pretty sure that system is still set up, so they'd probably have those photos. Was it after? Well, the thing is, whether or not it was after the crime took place, the problem is that, was it after we found them? Oh, it is. Oh my god, it is. Can we just present these two pictures? I thought that was like after the murder, but before we got there. No, that was just after everything. Can we just present those two pictures? We found it. We've got it. We've got the evidence. We have actual proof. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. No, I don't. Photos. We have photographic proof. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people as dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Which one to present? Both? And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, we have timestamps, huh? We have timestamps. My learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. The amount of times that we've, like, figured things out before Ryunosuke's figured things out, because, like, he's just sitting there like, oh no, we've been defeated, and, like, you know, all of us sitting here like, no, you're good, man. You're okay.
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel.
We have proof. We have all the proof we need.
Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. Here, have the cat flapper mat.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of Winterbank's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
It'd probably be this one. This is the one.
Take that!
Yeah.
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again.
My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel.
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. Well, if the first time you agree with me.
And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again.
Oh yeah, I can imagine this would be really terrible to see on the 3DS. Eesh.
I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done.
Create your opening by shooting them? Hold on.
Because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies.
Finally.
He finally passed out from the blood. Oh, never mind. He's back up.
Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt.
The jury's sitting there like, no takesies backsies.
This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. Fallacious. That's it.
Use the cap level-matic on a... Oh, that's not great.
Then we'd see that he has no guts.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. Oh my god, she just wanted to make sure they were okay. Do they have Samaritan laws? But more importantly...
Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks?
The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
How? If... Third gun! How? How would there be no gun in the room if there wasn't a people to drop the gun through the door?
And for it to go missing, I'm actually Dude. Why? Why are you like this? The judge is everyone. Good God, there's more.
Yes. That's right.
What?
I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's not all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
Oh, please. I hate this. I mean, I don't believe this, but I hate this.
What do you mean they're right?
As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit, besides the fact that everything he said is wrong. There's no feasible way that she could have shot him and also... Oh my god, there's no way he could have gotten the third gun from her unless he was the one who had the gun in the first place, and we all know that the pawnbroker's freaking gun only had one bullet, so it couldn't have shot both of them, and... I hate it here. I'm going insane.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Iris?
You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted.
Oh yes, he shot himself in the arm. That's the only thing a reasonable person would do.
Isn't that right, Runa? As Hurley always says, one night begets another.
Oh boy, does it! We've got a whole cacophony of them. We've got a whole parliament of them. We got a whole a boogle of them.
No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories.
Doesn't matter. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Thank you.
Make no sense!
What do you mean by such a remark?
what you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. Is it that if the door wasn't open, then there was no way for him to know that he was shot in the back? Is that it? Like... what?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Yeah, and you're provoking me into committing several murders. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. I was just right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely... well, yeah, no, obviously not that. Oh yeah, he wouldn't have known about the bloodstains, huh? There's no way he would have known about that, actually. Because, like, the third gun, like, oh yeah, he just found it, fine. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat.
That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could you possibly have known that?
Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the...
Oh. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. And we surely have a cocktail of "you're going to jail"!
You're not making any sense.
And then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door?
What? Well, obviously, I...
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
Ooh, Judge is casting jokes, making puns. He's also really done with this, and I don't blame him. The people in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars... Oh, wait. Does that mean that any of those answers actually would have been correct? Because, like, all of them made sense. I mean, I feel like the coat one was the most true, but all of them were true. The people was made after the murder, like, after they left. After he left anyway. Not the two guys. The two bungling guys were still there. But, yeah, people was there, and also the third gun just doesn't make sense at all. Once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. Place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all.
Yeah, the third gun would be she threw it through the people, and it's just like, how else would the third gun just doesn't make sense the way he told it at all.
So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock and shifts so we could get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Yeah, what's your objection? And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. And we're taking him at his word? He doesn't deserve that!
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report.
There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you...
Permission denied. Yeah, you stay. You stay. You've been covering up for this man. You stay. We all suffer here. We're all going down on this insanity train together.
Oh.
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all.
You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Hey, Inspector Siegel, how's it going?
Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
It's gotta be. It has to be.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. You want to bet that they made a deal where he would give Gregson the second disc if Gregson covered up for him? That's probably the deal that was made, because I'm pretty certain that Egbert over there has the second disc. And that information is pretty friggin' important.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fellow, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that?
Quite true. I've had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess.
Yeah, but they were literally whispering together in a huddle.
Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. They were talking in a huddle! Come on! Do you have selective memory? Yeah, no, they do.
Oh, I've just remembered something, Runo.
Thank you, Iris. What is it, Iris? I guess it's after they pass the time, after they pass the age of, 11, your memory starts going, clearly. And that's why the 10-year-old can remember everything.
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh, yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion.
It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rat, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's speciality. Yeah, and it's been working. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The second disc! The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Honestly, good for the Skulkin brothers. They've just been there. They're just like, man, we've been roped into like a high-stakes thing, haven't we? If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Bruno, do you think it could be...
Yes. It's the missing link that would... It's the missing disc that would join all the dots together and dashes together in this puzzle. Is this clue a pun? Should be.
I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
I would assume because we don't have the second disc, it would have to be this, right?
Take that!
Yeah. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora could you...
We discovered, during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that, encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession, are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little...
Order! Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much.
I don't know. I think if you slam the desk in a certain way, it won't hurt you.
So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, it is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Honestly, the Skulkin brothers are just sitting there, eating fruits, enjoying the tea. It is time for afternoon tea, after all. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were... recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
How is there still an hour or two? How? Or 2 hours still?
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth.
It would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room?
How could you possibly make a claim like that? And you say I jump to conclusions?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
For what?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector.
No need? No need?
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough.
Okay, to be fair, I'm not the one who said that you still have the disc. That was all Benzique's, just saying.
However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here.
You're the one who said he still had it on his person! I never said that! You put words in my mouth!
If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious.
Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
But, like, you're the one who accused him! Come on.
It's true. Can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. Okay, he does agree, though. So, fair enough, I guess. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, counsel. You know the implications. So let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Someone else. I'm gonna save here. I'm pretty sure it's someone else. I don't know who, but it's someone else. Okay, I can see why there's still like 2 hours left. I should probably stop here. It's been 5 hours. Okay, I will pause here. I think this is an okay spot to pause because I
think that this is gonna keep going. I'm gonna forget, by the way, and it's gonna be great. I can't wait to forgore everything that happens over the weekend. Yeah. Another cliffhanger. It's unavoidable. There's too many twists that are happening. I need my brain cell intact. I think I've already lost it to insanity. The great depths, in fact. Oh, nope. I snoozed them, actually. So, we throw us onto the end screen. Oh my god. Well, at least y'all are entertained. You know? Phew. Let's go raid Rin. Rin is currently streaming. Whew. I mean, thank you guys for hanging out and for this long stream. Oh, June, you're still here! Oh, so you heard me go freaking insane. But, oh, right. Let me check. Okay, next time is probably going to be... most likely gonna be the week after next because of holidays. Like, I'm okay with streaming on the 30th, but like, I think that the 23rd I might have plans. Not entirely sure. Yeah, no, that was a fair thing to make sure of because like, I did remember at the beginning 5 hours ago to be like, oh yeah, I should mention that I'm not gonna be streaming next week because of holidays. And then 5 hours happened and I forgot. So thank you for reminding me. I will not be streaming next week because of holidays, and I will be back on the Monday afterward. So, yeah, I'll probably stream on New Year's anyway. It's fine. I'm not doing a countdown or anything. So, thank you guys for watching. Have a great, well, holiday and holiday and weekend. I was gonna say weekend and holidays. Oh my god, my brain is fried. Have good weekend, holiday, Walladay. Have a great Walladay, guys. Wary Walladays.